Check. All right. Okie dokes. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Let's have a quick look at the VOD archive thing. Make sure that we're up to date. So we did Combat 10, which was 6 hours and 1 minute. Okay, so I've got Combat 11. God, 11 videos of combat. All right. I need to go through all these actually. Might do that tomorrow. And give them proper titles and thumbnails and set them to be public. I mean, nobody watches them, so it's not really a big deal. Okay, let's just... So I didn't stream yesterday, but I did do some work on the game. I built something called... It was actually a container for the first time in ages. A general purpose container called... I built enum tuple, which makes a tuple out of an enum and a type. An enum array, which is the same, but it makes an array. Now then, let's just build that. My plan was to transfer the resource controller over to using this. This is the enum array now. So rather than an array, I have an enum array, which makes an array out of an array of types, resource attribute, an array of type resource attribute, and one for each of those. So an element in the array, one element per enum. And then it does another handy thing where, as long as the first element in the structure, resource attribute, this one, is the enum, it sets it. So, once this is built, I'll just run it and we'll have a look at what resources 2 actually is. It's quite handy. I think it's going to be quite handy to have this in the game, or at least in the engine. So I'll run it. And we'll do a breakpoint there on this line. And then if I actually look at resources too, you see there's one resource for unknown, one resource for carbon, one resource for iron ore. And these are actually the structures. And that's kind of what we want. So what I'm going to do is remove resources and make this resources. And then we'll fix any compiler errors that come up. Well, let's cancel that. Let's just go to work on this particular file first, because there will be resource. There will be compiler errors to do with the resources here. So this is awesome now, because this is just type. And I want to just check that we do get compiler errors for stuff like this. I want to be able to add in. Right, get resource attributes. Who calls this? In the game save. As long as we're not then emptying them. Right, so we're going to change this to standard span. This is resources, data. Oh, look, I did see an empty there. No, it's just resources. It should just be resources. Should work with that. Okay, so I can't. Let's just get rid of the rest of them first. So we don't even need launch internal anymore, which is great. So it just cannot convert to standard span. No conversion. Can I do standard span resources dot begin resources dot end? No, because it's const. Okay, I think that's what we need to do there. Is we need this auto self. Let's see if this works. Nope. Cannot return from const. Cannot convert from const to normal. Let's try a different way then. Get rid of all these. Something weird happening because it says self undefined identifier. We just deleted it. I wonder if it's not auto saving. That's what's happening. Because we've had some weird compile errors. I think, to be fair, they're all const, aren't they? Try that. Let's go back to the self-auto one. Make sure we save it. This auto one, sorry. That handles that, doesn't it? This auto handles the const or not const versions. How does array work with this? Because array can do this. It's const expert. It's the only real difference I can see. Nope. Let's just do the address data 0. But then data 0 might not have anything in it. Let's just try it. Let's just try the address of, let's just try begin plus data dot size. She really doesn't like that const being there. I'm not sure why. It compiles when the const is not there. Might as well context for all these actually. See if that works. Well, let's just not have const. Good. So let's just build all that. It would be nice to have it constant. Not really sure why I can't have it const. So here now, this is just like this. Keep going. Benkley, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Just doing a little bit of a refactor. Not much though, it should be fine. Nearly done actually. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good week. Alright. So let's just go to get some resources. Doing amazing. Brilliant. Brilliant. Oops. Okay, so we'll do we'll quick save that. We can see we have 15 of iron ore. Okay. And then we'll relaunch the game. And we'll just load that save back up. Oops, not like that though. And we have 15 of iron ore. Brilliant. Okay, so that's good. That's the refactor. So now I'm going to be working on the attribute controller. So the attribute controller is what handles characters' HP, experience, AP, what level they're on, strength, stamina, constitution, intelligence, charisma, luck. All those things and any more that we think of. RPG style things. Right now, we've got some kind of hard-coded things to do with these attributes, like add experience, which I'm going to change. Because I want to be able to just add attributes here once, and then we can start using them. I don't want to have to start writing function calls and stuff. So we're going to have another. We're going to call an enum array called attribute of attributes and e attribute type attributes. Let's see if we can compile that. So enumerate is just something that I made yesterday, which is like a real array. It's like a normal array, except it's one element for each attribute type. So it works on an enum rather than integer index, which is good, I think, for these types of things. So we'll just put some breakpoints here and we'll just check and we'll see. Because obviously I've just built enumerate, it might have bugs in it. So I'm just going to keep checking all the time for a bit. Still making your game, Benkley? If you're still there. Whoa. Slight headache this morning for some reason. Right there. Nothing coffee won't solve. So right, so let's just look at this. And we'll just check the attributes. We've got 11 attributes. One for each of the attributes. So it does include the unknown attribute. So you can actually increment the unknown attribute as well, which is quite interesting. But we'll ignore that. That's fine. Okay, so a level is set to 1 immediately. So we'll have to do that in the constructor now rather than here. Let's get rid of these. Let's get rid of strength. Batteries is an interesting one. Because batteries is stamina. But it's kind of modelled in the form of batteries. So we'll have to actually work out how we do that. Get rid of experience. So his maximum is 10. Ah, right, okay. So experience as well needs the maximum to be set at 10. Because I think we just increased the maximum experience on each level up. Okay, so we want them to use the attributes now. So let's concentrate in this file. Battery's empty, so we add. So this is where we're going to say attributes, e attribute type level dot amount equals 1. Set 1. What does set do? Okay. So I'm going to set the level to 1. And we want to do attributes, e attribute, exp dot amount dot minmax dot maximum equals 10. Okay. He can be deleted. So get energy attribute. Get energy. So that's just using the batteries there. So we probably need, do we have an add battery? So I think what we need to do, whoops. We need to do batteries.empty and then we need to do add battery. And add battery is going to replace a battery and then it's going to be attributes, the attribute type stamina dot amount dot increase by 100. So interesting, batteries is an attribute range of float as well. That must be because we're doing bars. We want them to, you know, graphical bars. You want to go up and down very smoothly. So we'll just leave it at that for now. It's a shame we got two actually. But that'll be fine. Shame we've got batteries and the attribute. Add experience. So we'll make it all work with this new attributes array first. Attributes, attribute experience dot amount dot increase. So we might just do exp like this. And then we want attributes dot get exp. And exp dot is actually exp amount dot now. Level plus plus. So this is attributes, attribute type level dot amount dot increase by 1 and AP as well. Get EXP attributes. Who's calling this? Only in one place, in tick debug stuff. So we might do put it up here actually. Attribute, get attribute type. So maybe it is that attribute range. Let's get attribute range. And that is return attributes type dot amount. Might rename amount to range as well. So get EXP attribute goes away. And get level and get AP, they all go away. So we want S32 get attribute value, the attribute type. Let's return attributes type amount dot get. And that means that that can go away. That can go away. Minimum and maximum set strength. So we'll just say set attribute value. Which is just attributes type dot amount dot set value. So we've got this thing called can do work, which calls get remaining energy, which goes through all the batteries. So I think we're going to go get attribute value, stamina is greater than or equal to work. And then when we do work, we're going to do set attribute value stamina. No. So that's the change. So we're going to do attributes, e attribute type stamina dot amount dot decrease by the change. I'll just change. Get attribute range. Stamina dot change. Get level, get AP, they're gone, I believe. Set strength, get strength, both gone. Getting rid of a lot of code, which is good. Okay, so now I need to tick each attribute. Tick. Attribute tick, and we'll probably do DT2. So DT2 doesn't tick if the game is paused. All right. So it's just the confusion is with batteries really, and add experience. Add experience should probably actually be its call, because it does stuff like change the level and change the AP as well. So we're going to call this get attribute range level dot increase, and then get attribute range AP dot increase. So they're all amounts as well. So this can be get attribute range experience, and then we don't need the amount everywhere. Okay, so let's have a look at this API now. So we do have specific things for work. Set strength. It's gone. Get ID. Get energy. So get energy can go. And get energy attribute. Get remaining energy can go can do work. That can stay. Do work, add experience. They all can stay. Okay. So that's all right. So let's just get rid of all the compilers that would have generated. So tick active damage. We're just adding on the strength to a minimum and maximum damage for now. That's all right. Get attribute value, E attribute type strength. Oh, there's a lot of errors. Alright, now that's from the old, that's from, well, that was just from building this file, but it's not, that's from building everything. Okay. Set strength, which actually running 2 batteries, and we're setting strength to 10. AC set attribute value strength to 10. So interestingly, with the experience, right, we're just setting the maximum to be 10, which is saying your next level is 10. I wonder if we actually want a bit more of a generic thing where we can specify the experience values for each NPC, like the level up values for each NPC, if we want to. Depends if we even want to level up things other than the main character. Yeah, not sure. I mean, this is just setting the strength to 10, hard-coded, and giving it 2 batteries hard-coded. Get energy attribute, get target scale. So this is get attribute range, stamina, get target scale. So what's this doing? This is drawing the bars. We'll just have to see if this looks a bit weird, because this might be using integers rather than floats, and it might make the bars go down like by steps rather than smooth flow. Fix that. So this is get attribute range exp. This is get attribute value level. Get attribute value AP. Get remaining energy. This is get attribute value. The attribute type stamina. That doesn't actually need a cast anymore. It is a cast. All right. All right, that's built. So let's just see if that's caused any problems, particularly with the stamina bar. With the batteries. See if that looks as smooth as it used to. Well, currently the battery is 0 actually. So that's no good. Add battery. So attribute stamina. Is set to 100. All right, so we do set it to 100 properly. So I'm actually drawing the hood. Thick energy bar. It's a tiny number. Stamina, it has 100. Ah, right. It's using the maximum value of stamina there. Which is int max, which is not right. So we kind of want to go attributes, attribute type, stamina, amount, min max dot maximum. We'll say min max S32 0 0. Like that. And then when we add the battery in, we're going to do amount dot min max dot maximum plus equals 100. Then we'll actually increase by 100 as well. And then we use the maximum value as the actual maximum amount of stamina, yeah. So attributes, stamina. So min max is all 0. So we add a battery. Let me increase it. So now stamina is 100 out of 100. So I have to do that with HP as well. There we go. So the stamina bar is full now. There's not enough energy to plant. Apparently doesn't cost energy to mine. Might not have actually implemented that yet though. It's here, isn't it? The Ground Truck Master takes 4 work to do. Yeah, it's just whether the stamina bar depletes smoothly because we're using integers. But it might be using the batteries. Can't remember. If it's using the batteries, that's a float thing. That might be fine, actually. We'll see. We didn't take any stamina to do that. So that's not working. Execute Ground Shock Master event. So it should call do work somewhere. Because we're doing work. Yeah, we're doing work with the right ID, with the current ID, which is the planting droid. Let's just see what happens here. I think we need to go to the planting room as well. Yeah, so if we spawn directly in here. So we're calling do work. The amount of work is 4, which is correct. Got 3 batteries. So the stamina has been decreased. It hasn't been decreased at all. Changed by 4. Oh, the change. Okay. It's a positive number, so this is decrease. Okay, let's see if that works. So I think it is going down. Not smoothly. Let's just give it a little bit more oomph. This Ground Shock Master thing. Say it does 15 work, right? Yeah, it's not. The actual bar isn't working properly. Make it 45, so I'll make it quite big. yeah, the bar's not working properly now, which I thought might happen. What's meant to happen is it's meant to draw a bar to where it's meant to draw a bar to where it's going to go, and then just snap to it like that over time. Which it definitely doesn't do. Can check if it swaps batteries. No, that's not working either. It used the batteries up. So it should be able to do 2 per battery. Yeah, so that's like 45, so that's not working. Which means in the hood here, we maybe do need the remaining energy stuff, because that uses the batteries. So in the hood, the energy, take energy bar. This used to be get remaining energy, I think. Get energy attribute. So this is the value scale of all of the energy. Yeah, it's of the current battery, actually. So this needs to change. So what did energy attribute used to do? Get remaining energy. It gets the first battery. So we're going to actually include this back in, I think. Gets the first battery without 0. What's it called? Get energy attribute. And then the hood now, this is get energy attribute. But I might not call it get energy attribute. I might call it get current battery. Get current battery attribute. Or just even get current battery. Even that. All right, while this is building, it's going to take 2 minutes. I'll be back. All right then, sorted. Let's test this now. Still not working though. It's basically, hang on. It's not built it. It's unfortunate. Rebuild that. So we're almost at the point where we can give things HP, which is the whole point of this, because I'm working on combat. And I want to be able to give the characters HP so they can knock HP off each other. I also want to build in something where like you can buff HP. So if you need to buff the HP, you know, if the character is wearing a, I don't know, a magic ring, it gives them 5% more HP or something. So it has to be quite flexible in that way. Right. There we go, it's working now. You see how it shows that light blue bar? That's what wasn't happening before. And this one's working as well with the HP. So things in the world can have HP. I've already implemented that. So the grass can have HP. It's not enough energy, which is good. Right, so go back to giving that 4. And we'll just check in what we've done. So we've basically gone through it all. We've set it to a point now where the other systems work with this new refactored attribute controller, and now I'm going to add to it because we want to do stuff with HP. I know we're not quite finished because we need to. The game save needs to save these attributes as well. Not quite finished. So in the game save entity attributes. It's basically the same though. It's basically this. Except it's not a resource attribute, it's an entity attribute. An entity attribute has a attribute type. And these are the individual attributes. So this is get attribute value. No, get attribute value range. What is it? Get attribute range. It's attribute range. Now then, what happens if we remove an attribute type? This could cause an out of bounds error. In this case, not in any other case really. I think what we need to do is we actually need to so we have to do a check there just to make sure. Say enum count. The attribute type. In all the gameplay code and stuff, it doesn't matter. It's just because this is coming from a file, and it might have happened later, that we have changed the attributes in some way. The enum itself. Okay, we don't have get attributes in the attribute controller. So I think. This is now, where were we? Here, get attributes. Okay. Obviously, like, this would mean that if we did, for some reason, change the attributes, it would mean that this would be setting a different attribute to the one that was changed, which would be obviously a bug. Or it would be, you know, it wouldn't load up the save properly. because we mark that as safe value 32, that just tells me that just don't change this. Only add to it, so it shouldn't happen. Right then, real. I'll save and load all the attributes. We can just test that out. We can, you know, drop some stamina and then save it, reload it, and see if we get the same amount of stamina back. And then that'll be leave us flexible then. We could save out the stamina, because sometimes when you want to reload a game save, you want to just set the stamina to be full. I mean, that's probably what you want to do. But, you know, it gives us the choice to leave it at what was saved as well. So So 7 experience and a bit of stamina drop on Sven. The experience applies to the hero though. So we'll save that. And then we'll relaunch the game. We can say experience is 0 now. Sven has full stamina. We load that game back up again. 7 experience. Then if we pick Sven, he's got a bit of stamina dropped. So that's what we want. That's, I think, you know, eventually we'll reset stamina to be full after a game load, but that's, we won't do that yet. That's trivial to do anyway. Bossy, hey, how's it going? Got a meeting today. Oh, fantastic. Hope it goes well. Yeah, me too. My own GUI. Yeah, it's my own GUI. Yeah. Everything's my own. You mean this one? Yeah. Although it's by no means final, it's just standing. Well, the functionality is probably going to remain the same, but it'll probably look quite a lot different when I go and do it another pass. On this one, it didn't take very long because it basically uses the editor one with a different skin. The actual system itself didn't take very long to build because I made all this UI first for the editor, and then just gave it a different skin. So like it's got, you know, the red skin and stuff. So this is a panel of buttons in exactly the same way would be if we just had a load of buttons along here, this panel, but just drawn a different colour and with different font and stuff. Go for the DUI system overall. So like literally all of it, including the editor, has been an ongoing thing since started the engine. So like I add new stuff to it all the time. Been working on the engine for like about 20 months or something. Serpentine Studios, hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you very much, hope you are. It's going good. Been doing combat. Well, currently working on attributes like HP and charisma and luck and stuff. And HP is going to be used in combat. So I'll just get to the combat room. So we're working on combat with this Spidean creature. and you can attack me and stuff. But there's no HP or anything in the actual game yet, so I'm working on that. So the Spiding can deal damage to the character. But yeah, he's quite aggressive. Can dodge him though. I don't want combat to be hard. I want it to be quite a casual game. He does have a long attack as well, so if I was running away from him, he'll fires that spike thing at you, but I haven't got that in the game yet. Can turn it on. Whoops. Let's get back to that combat room. Code Monkey. Oh, you saw the combat clip on Twitter. That's great. Cool. I'm glad people are looking at that. Yeah, so he has a long attack as well. It should be turned on now. There we go. So he fires. There's no spike yet. There's no projectile. He does get hit though, which is cool. Didn't realise that happened. And then if I go closer to him, I use a different type of attack. So you can make it harder by putting that long range attack in, you know. This is the first game engine. I've made loads of his game engines. Been making them for like 20 years. So this is not my first one though. Only for fun, you know. Well, I did help people make game engines in the games industry a long time ago. Late 2000s. But other than that, just me. Oh yeah, cheers. Yeah, like the reason why this engine's only taken like a year and a half or so is because I knew exactly what I wanted to make with the engine, so I just went and made it. Because a lot of engine stuff, as you learn, is like trial and error, and it takes a long time to figure out what works. But I just knew exactly what I wanted to make this time, for the most part. So yeah, we're in a position now where we can think about what HP means. So the HP, like, it's not necessarily just a number. I want to be able to have a system where if the character is buffed by either equipment or potions or whatever, it might increase his HP. As well. See, I'll never die. He just keeps getting hit and hit and hit over and over again. There is HP in the game, but it applies to items on the ground. So like you can give the grass HP, which sounds weird, but it means that you can pick it over time and the HP goes down. And then when the HP is 0, the grass can disappear. But there's nothing on the actual NPCs yet. Alright, how do I want to do this? Tick up. I haven't seen the code. Imagine it. Tick update callback per game object. So how does it work? I don't really have a game object style system. So the Spidean, the guy doing the attacking, is an ID. So it's a number. And then you have all these systems So the Spidey can have a combat controller, which means there is a combat controller with the same number as the Spidey entity. And the combat controller controls when to send the attack events. And there's also an animation controller with the same ID as the Spidey, and that receives attack events and plays animations. So it's that kind of thing. But some of those systems have tick events. Yeah. Some of those systems can be ticked. So the combat controller can be ticked. So this is the thing that deals out the attacks, but it doesn't do anything. Actually hasn't got anything in there at the moment. But it was just actually displaying the state of the combat controller. So this has got stuff like set combat attack state, which can be like attack, cooldown. So yeah, there's not necessarily a game object thing. If you want to add custom behavior to the actual Spidey in itself, so I have an entity state types thing. So the Spidey has its own state, specifically the type of NPC or the type of entity. So you could put customization in there. If you wanted to, because you could have an on tick here. I don't think there are any that have on ticks. Oh yeah, the planting droid has an on tick, and that'll only tick for types of planting droid. If you wanted to customize the so the combat, for instance, you would write a little class which listens for combat events, and then that would be that class would be do the custom code. So all the combat controller does is just send events. You are being attacked, you are being attacked. And if you wanted to actually customize how something reacted when it is attacked, you'd have to listen to the event. So the animation, obviously you want to play different animations depending on what's being attacked. So you make little routines. So the Spidey's got a combat routine here, and that on animation event listens. So this responds to the attack. Do you know what I mean? In a customized way. It's not virtual functions, but yeah, it's kind of just events. Sends over hit data. Dispatches events. Yeah, so the combat controller will dispatch the events, and then any system in the game can listen to combat events. So if I wanted to actually have some text which says like how many HP got knocked off on that attack, the HUD would listen for that, and then it would display the text. If I wanted the character to react to being attacked, he would list the character in an animation. I mean, the animation controller for that character would listen to the being attacked event. Get that back from the event. Yeah. So hero roaming. So it goes try get custom event data, combat attack. If the dest entity ID, which is the destination entity of the attack, is equal to this attack, if the destination is equal to this entity of this rig, play the I've been hit animation and then go back to being idle. So it listens for combat attack events. So this data here has got the source, which is the thing being attacked, the source is the thing doing the attack, and the destination is the thing being attacked. Yeah. And this gets sent from the set combat attack state. So if you set a combat attack state, it goes through all the attack targets and sends the event to each target, or to anyone that's listening to it, but for each target as the destination. So the target ID, so who is being attacked, gets set to the destination ID. So it's kind of event driven, I suppose. If 3 enemies get hit 1 frame apart, very fast, 3 events are sent. Yeah. Or if you've got like an AoE attack, so an attack hits multiple targets. Each target, you get 3. Say an AoE attack hit 3 targets. You get 3 events, 1 for each target, and then you'd get a single event for the actual attack itself. The AoE, which would be that one, which saying the attack state changed. But then it would be up to each entity to react to being hit in their particular way. Yeah. And these are just designed to be really small little packets of data that just get sent around the engine. Yeah, it's a really good way of doing it, I think. Definitely. Because it means if you have a different system, say I want to write a system which, I don't know, sends a person a text message, I don't know, when someone gets attacked, which would be a really random system. I just have to write the text message bit and then get to listen for the attack event, and then it could work. I don't have to go and change anything else. I just have to build the thing that I'm building. So that's why I really like it. Really like this way of doing it. Because, the alternative would be the virtual function call, where you have actually a function called onAttack, which you could do. There's no problem with that, really. It's just I don't tend to do it that way. Yeah, it isn't coupled to what's listening exactly, yeah. And then I can, in the engine, I've got data structures for, so game state events. So this is an event group. Well, let's have a look at the game one. There's 2. There's game events and engine events. So this is the game event group. And I've got all these parentheses operators. So the game state is just like the general game. If the game just needs to know about something. So if I just wanted to listen for that attack event here, I'd just do void operator const g event combat attack, and I'll just start getting that event there now. That's it. That's all I have to do. So when anything is attacked in the game, code will start. It'll come here, and I can do something if the game just needs to know. So you can have all these groups. So I can just have functions, one for each event, and that's it. All right, yeah, you mean the G event. I only do that because there's 2 different types of events. There's G event and E event. I don't tend to do that on many things. It's just, I do it on conditions. G events are game events, which are meant to be about gameplay. So you entered this castle or something. And E events are the more low-level engine events, like trigger a cutscene or load the game or something. Yeah, this is the list of all the game events. So all this is, I could put something really specific about the game in here. Whereas the engine event types is more meant to be not specific to the game. So begin quest. Well, assuming all games that I make have quests. That's not specific. Cutscenes, dialogue, warps, got loaded. Yeah. Unreal Engine has a lot of that prefix stuff, doesn't it? From what I remember. Like, does it have like, I don't know, is it name and stuff like that? Yeah. That comes from, I think, the way that Tim, what's he called? The founder of Epic Games, Tim Sweeney, he used to do that. That was his coding style, and it's just propagated throughout the entire engine. He used to, yeah. But apart from this, apart from a few places, like conditions are the same. Like game conditions. So game conditions are just like, if you want something to evaluate to a Boolean, these all have the G prefix. Everything else doesn't. It would just be item is type. Yeah, Unreal Engine's, it's massive, isn't it? It's millions of lines, I think. I mean, it's a proper AAA game engine. So yeah, millions of lines. Made Final Fantasy Rebirth, I think, on Unreal. And the new Witcher game is going to be on Unreal, so it's a proper thing. Up and coming games. I'm excited for. So I want to play the new Oblivion remake, but I'm going to wait until the winter, till after summer, because summer's always too busy for me to play those types of games. I watched a Witcher 4 tech demo, which was amazing. Witcher 3 was amazing. Yeah, it does. Gonna play in the winter, yeah. I get more time off in the winter. Where I live's a tourist town, and it's a summer town, really. So I'm always more busy in the summer. And I can't really just sit down and play a game for half an hour. I like to kind of like sit down and play a game for a few hours at once. All right. It's gone to night time in the game. Been going so long. It's 1 o'clock in the morning in the game now. He's been being hit there till 1 o'clock in the morning. Poor lad. Alright, we'll stop his suffering. Are you excited about any games in Vossi? I've not really been paying attention, actually. I've been more like concentrating on this coding stuff. I haven't been watching any of the state of plays or anything, Nintendo Directs. All right. So the quickest way now to give the hero HP is when he's spawned, just to set his HP attribute to something. So we have the attribute controller here. We can say AC set attribute value HP. So that'll give him like 100 HP. Now then, we need to really do, because HPs have a maximum as well. Is we kind of like want an override. So we might say set attribute range as well. Yeah, it's not public. I might make it. I might do like a one day if I get enough followers. I might do like a Patreon thing where you can get it. I don't want to do it for the public because I don't want to get stuck maintaining it really. People, because I'm changing it all the time and it's not stable or anything. People will always be messaging me saying, "Can you fix this? Can you fix this?" I don't really want to do that. But I've designed the engine to make a few games. It can make all the games that quest-based, story-driven games. That's what it's kind of made for. Which is the games I like. So I'll probably I use it for a few games over the next few years. So it's attributes type amount equals range. So I'm going to actually rename this to range rather than amount. Hopefully there's so much stuff called amount though in the game. Well, let's see. Attribute range. It didn't get all of them. But yeah, it's designed not just for one game. I've tried to keep the editor separate from the game so I can reuse the editor to make multiple games. Official trailer. I will check it out after stream because I don't want to get copyright problems. But yeah, I will. I'll make a note of that. Right. Yeah, so like the editor's very generic. It's not tied to the game. And then I've been making this combat using this node tree, which the node tree is part of the engine, the editor. So you could use this on multiple games. And then where you hook it into the gameplay is these action nodes. So these action nodes are specific to the game. But for a different game, you'd write different action nodes. So this is where most of the NPC AI will come from, I imagine, which will be a big part of the game. But the editor was reusable. The actual node tree editor, the brain editor, is reusable. Different games. Yeah, cool. All right, so now we've changed it to called range. So I think the easiest way is we're going to say set attribute range. Suppose with a game trailer you wouldn't get copyright, would you? Because Twitch is for games. Just don't really want to risk it. So you could that would be attribute range S32. Value minimum and maximum. So we'll just say give him 100 HP. So this whole idea of like, what is the HP? It needs to like be hooked into another system that's not built, which is what is the hero wearing? If he's wearing a ring that happens to buff HP, we need to change it, don't we? I just need to put a little section in code where I can add on to the HP if I need to. I think. So he has 100 HP now, in theory. Let's just draw that. Wherever we are drawing the debug stuff, I think it's called. So this is a little this is a little panel in the bottom corner of the screen which has just got useful information about the character. So we'll draw HP at the top there. So we'll go auto HP equals AC get attribute range HP, and basically this. So this get attribute range for HP, I think we don't want to be calling directly the attribute range. We want to get HP call, and the HP, there's two ways to do it. That call could increase the HP. That would be a problem with drawing the bars and stuff. I want to draw HP bars. Can't even build. No, it did not. Problem with the build, it doesn't seem to build changes. Like if I'm changing this file, it doesn't want to build it. All right, the incremental build. The reason I thought Engine was designed around the game is because attribute enums specific to HP. So that the attribute controller is inside the game code. So that is specific to the game, yeah. But it's not in the engine, the editor code. The editor doesn't know about attributes. I know you can display them on the editor, but that's just a generalized display system. Yeah, The editor can, yeah, it can display a combo box of attributes if it wanted to. But there's no call which is like display combo box of attributes. It uses so if I look for game event types, so the editor doesn't know about these types, but you can actually do a specialization here, which is make a renderer for the type. So this is in game code, not in editor code. You can make a specialization, and then here it gives you the editor canvas. So then you can draw in the editor from the game code. So draw a combo box, draw a checkbox. So if the editor ever needed to draw one of these events, it would do it here, but via a specialization, which means that the editor just calls like the base class. So this Object UI renderer is part of the editor, but the specialization is not. This is not. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's not many or any generic. There's not any game specific things in the editor, yeah. I do have this game class here where the editor can call into the game if it wants. So this is a crossover point. So if the editor wants to binary write a condition, it can call into the game. But this is all very generic stuff. There wouldn't be anything like game specific here. And then each game can actually can implement this class. So this belongs in the editor, the actual class interface. And then each game can implement their own CPP file version of this. I haven't actually. No, I didn't like research edit engines or anything. No, I did when I was learning. When I right at the beginning, I did read a load of books on engine coding, engine architecture, and looked at the Unreal Engine code. And this particular engine, though, no, it's built off my previous ones, I suppose. So I've obviously looked at my previous ones and see how I've done things. But I've tried to make the engine, build the engine in the way that I'd like to make a game, which is more code heavy than a lot of the other engines. So like Unreal's got blueprints, you don't even really need to code. But I like coding, so mine is more code heavy. Like you couldn't use this engine to make a game if you couldn't code. Which does actually save a lot of time because you don't have to build out any visual scripting or anything. You don't have to build that. The only kind of visual scripting is them trees, and that's just because those trees get really complicated. It would be quite difficult to make it entirely in code. To keep an eye on, like, keep track of everything. Okay, so all these amounts are ranges. Yeah. Yeah. It's a personal choice, isn't it? I suppose. The closest thing I have to scripting is those trees. But it's not generic, it's really specifically for controlling entities in the game. I've not done anything serious in Unreal or anything. I've not really sat down and tried to make anything. I've just done a few of the tutorial. I've looked at the code and done a few of the tutorial things. I've used Unity more, I think. Quite like Unity. It's good. Manipulate the projection matrix for the main camera, yeah. Is that hard to do in Unreal? Maybe Unreal scripting. Alright, see if he's never figured it out. Ah. There we go. HP, 100 out of 100. Yeah, so if you wanted to manipulate the projection matrix of the main window here, you do get game canvas, get camera, and then you would do, there is a get view projection matrix, but that wouldn't manipulate it. That's just a copy. You'd have to get the state, and then you'd have to change these. So you could do position.x plus equals 1, which I know is the view matrix really. I think that's all it would take. Next time that the view projection matrix needs to be used, it would rebuild the projection matrix from the state, I think. So you do set camera, you could do set camera state actually, and that would rebuild a view projection matrix. There's two different types actually of state. There's the orthographic one and there's a timeline one. That's for the editor. So that's a different type. But if you wanted to build a new view projection matrix in the editor, you could do it right here. You could have a new type, new camera type, and do a new view projection matrix here if you wanted to. Perspective. The timeline one is I don't have a perspective because it's a 2D game. If I was going to make a 3D game with the engine, I'd put a 3D projection matrix in here. I would have a perspective version. The timeline one is I'll just get it to run and I'll show you. So in the cutscenes, this is the timeline, and if I zoom, it just stretches it out. And then if I move it, it can move on the 2D plane, but the zoom only zooms it on the x-axis. That's what that projection matrix does. And the move is like normal. Little bug there where the scissors not working. Yeah. This is how I would build cutscenes, yeah. Using this editor, which is also a node-based thing. You can do loads of stuff with nodes, node trees. I have figured out. So you've got 100 HP. So the thing is, if we give him a ring, I wonder if the attribute controller needs a tick so it can constantly check. If it needs to update the HP based on engine like game conditions. I think maybe thinking too far ahead. Let's just give him a HP. That's fine. So in the combat controller, the combat attack state. So we need to be listening for combat attack as well. Maybe in the attribute controller. Graphics API. DirectX 12. Yeah. At the moment. Tried Vulkan. I have. Hey, all right. How's it going?
Here for half an hour. I've got to meet Mandy at 1 o'clock.
All right. Okay.
What's your phone contract?
3.
3.
Yeah.
All right. Is it SIM only?
Yeah.
And did you get it in Scarborough?
There is a shop there, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. 3. Do you recommend it?
It's okay. I don't really use it, but yeah.
All right.
All right.
I'm only here for half an hour.
No probs.
Yeah.
I've tried Vulkan. I've done some tutorials. I've never built a proper renderer with it though. DirectX 12 actually is similar, I think. Architecturally similar. But I've never built a full render. I've put a triangle, made a triangle on the screen, rendered a triangle on the screen. Interesting. So, similar, yeah. Draw commands as part of the setup. Oh yeah, you mean the pipeline state? Yeah. Yeah, it's pipeline state. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's quite nice. To get it all done up front and then you just set them rather than piecemeal setting the state all the time. So we have a thing, right, where this combat controller might get deleted, and these events will not. These listeners will not. Might want to actually sort this out, because it would be, shouldn't really be listening for game events in here. Been a problem for a while. Well, it's not been a problem. I've just deliberately not been listening for game events. What does this return? Every time it returns an ID. So I can do get game events.unlisten. I believe. Pass in an ID. Multiple render targets, do you mean MRT? Ah, right, yeah. Those APIs like DirectX 12 and Vulkan are a lot more complicated than DirectX 11 or OpenGL. For sure. And I think one of the things is, at least in DirectX 12, is it can crash. The card can crash, but it'll be like several frames later. So you don't really know. It's very hard to pinpoint exactly what made the crash sometimes. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, it's designed to let the coder try and do the cue the draw calls and things and state changes. Whether it's more efficient, it's debatable. It depends on how good the graphics programmer is, I think. But you can, in theory, yeah, you can. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I didn't use a fence till DirectX 12, I don't think. I've used semaphores quite a lot in different parts of programming, but not fences. I mean, the semaphores maybe the Vulkan version. Of fences, but semaphores, as in the computer science semaphore, I've used a bit. Like, what I might do, right, is because I would often like to be able to listen for events here in the controllers, but the controllers get created and destroyed whenever a game loads, which means that these events might get doubly subscribed to. possibly. Could test that. Pretty sure it does though. Semaphores are GPU fences. And fences are signaling on the CPU. Yeah, I mean, so semaphore out of the graphics world was a atomic switch. So it's on or off atomically, or a number or something. But yeah, I suppose if you use that name to mean a GPU sync, yeah, and then a DirectX 12 fence is the CPU getting a message from the GPU saying the GPU's got to a certain point in its rendering, and then you would stop until you got to that point so you could keep in sync. But it's all very complicated, isn't it? Yeah, like all I did to have a fence class is make the fence class and then just use it rather than actually deal with the fences. So you just call weight to a certain value. So this is like sending the message to the GPU, and then this is for the GPU to signal that it's got to that point. I think it's quite a long time since I've looked at stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you can actually do in both Vulkan and DX12, you can have a full multi-threaded renderer where you're actually pushing draw calls on different threads. And then you spawn a bunch of threads and they all come down and do a bunch of draw calls, and then they come back together again, and then they're executed at the end. That's meant to be one of its. That's meant to be one of the reasons why DirectX 12 can get performance wins over DirectX 11, because you can do that. I never draw enough to actually warrant that though. I don't have enough draw calls. But it also says in the documentation, like, don't use multiple command lists if you've only got a few draw calls, because that's actually less efficient than just using a single command list. And I only ever have like 30 draw calls. If I had millions of them, then he would do it. Yeah. Yeah, I've tried to do things in compute shaders and pixel shaders, and I have an old graphics card. If I had a new graphics card, it might be different, but I've never actually been able to get the performance win of a compute shader. I've written compute shade versions and pixel shader versions of blurs and things, and the pixel shaders have always been faster. But that might be because I have an older card. Right, okay. And the compute shader was faster. Yeah. Is this because you're specifically moving particles using the GPU? So you've got velocity stored in a buffer or something, and a texture. So you need to be able to read from different parts of the texture in the shader. That's why it'd be quicker. Yeah, I've never done a particle system or anything on the GPU. GPU is like is faster than the CPU at certain tasks. Yeah. Oh yeah, I have like the pixel shaders are on the GPU. Well, the performance I meant. So say you're doing a blur, you can do a compute shader is nice to do a blur with, or a pixel shader you can do a blur with as well. But the pixel shader's always been quicker. One of the things I have done with compute shaders, which I think has been quicker, is doing generating mipmaps and things. Because you can do it all in one draw call, I think, with a compute shader, generate a full set of mipmaps. Yeah, so it gets the velocities out of the shader rather than having to send them from memory. Where's the shader itself? There it is. Yeah, cool. $500 lines to render a triangle. Yeah, DirectX 12 is similar. I don't know if it's 500. It's definitely a lot of code to do one triangle. It's similar to all these things, like the engine. Like, it's taken me quite a long time to build the combat system for one. So it's like 2 weeks work for one Spidey NPC. But once you have the system built, it's actually not much more work to put loads and different types of NPC. I think once you have the setup for these graphics APIs, it's not too much more work to get them to do a lot of things. Once you have the actual shader pipeline set up, which takes a long time, you can then do lots of different shaders and they all use the same pipeline. Yeah, nice one. So what I might do, I'm just going to check. We get these are the cooldowns that we don't double subscribe. We might double subscribe to this event on every cooldown. So there'll be one when he's cooling down. One hello. There's the hellos. Now, if we save the game and reload the game, do we get 2 hellos? Ooh, we can't even make him angry when we do that. So this needs to actually do something as well when we save and load. We need to reset this graph when we reload the game. Alright, we'll just restart the game. Okay. Yeah, we've got 2 hellos there. So it's double subscribing. So we need to fix that. Yeah. See, OpenGL had that sorted, didn't they? Because they had like a very easy API to just render some triangles, and then the API got more and more complex the more you needed to render, or the more things you needed to do. Whereas the modern graphics APIs don't, they just skip that easy part. I think they just assume you already know how to program, which is fine, which is good. I mean, writing a render is a complicated thing, so you should know how to program. So they don't bother designing an API which is like GL Vertex 3F. They don't bother with that stuff. So it's double subscribing. So we need to sort that out. Yeah, exactly. Especially one of the modern ones. And because the crashes, you know, when you get crashes, I've not done enough Vulkan to know what crashes are like. But in DirectX 12, if you get a GPU crash, it can be hard to figure out the source of the crash. So you have to sit down and really work at it. Like I do have a crash. Alright, yeah. Yeah. No problem. Alright, see ya. I do have a crash somewhere. I'll show you what it looks like. It's in the light editor. It doesn't always crash though. If I open up some lights, I've got like a bunch of the same light. It's not crashing at the moment. Sometimes it crashes and it just spews a load of stuff out to the console. And the source of the crash was frames ago. So I've got no stack trace or anything. It can make it really hard to debug. Yeah, I have the debug layer turned on. So it's good for some things. It's good for when state's not correct. But for when, you know, if you've set some descriptor wrong or something, it can be difficult to trace. You're an off-screen rendering, oh really? All right. Saying descriptor sets being wrong. Super easy to understand. Yeah, that can be kind of a source of a bunch of crashes. Because I think all you're really doing is just telling the graphics card to point to data and go, and if the data's wrong, it just crashes. Yeah, I'll have to go and debug that. The problem with the lighting crashes, it's editor only, so it's never going to crash in the game. So it's not really high priority, and it doesn't happen very often. It's hard to reproduce it, so I haven't really fixed it yet. when I start doing stuff with light, so when I start designing levels and putting lights into them, hopefully the crashes happen more and I can debug it then. Yeah, the DirectX 12 API is actually smaller than the DirectX 11 API, which is interesting. The API is not large. I think the API is fine for me. I haven't had a problem with the API. But some of the crashes, if you don't get the... So you need to open and close these command lists and then execute them, and then you have to like reset the command allocators, and you have to like do all these things in order for it to work. And then if you've got multiple threads, all with their own command list, and then each one has a command allocator, or they might share allocators, it all gets quite complicated quite quickly. Yeah, I think it's true. Yeah, I think that's what it says in the documentation. It's smaller. So what we might do is we might make something else that stores the IDs. So game event instance, game instance event list or something. So this is just per game instance. Yeah. Yeah, it's the ordering. So it's, if you have multiple threads and each has their own list, so you've got to do like, you've got to reset the command allocator, record into the lists, all on different threads, which is fine. But then you've got to sync the threads and execute the command lists on one thread, on the main thread. And then you've got to wait for the GPU to finish executing those command lists at the same time as recording a new set of command lists in the background, all on separate threads. So you need to have the frame overlap, don't you, to get the maximum performance. GPU needs to be executing old command lists and you recording into new ones at the same time. So it's all overlapped and multiple threads. And they can only be executed when all the command lists have been closed. It's just complicated. You want to do multi-threaded rendering. Like I have done it. I have written a multi-threaded DirectX 12 renderer. I did that when I was learning the API and it worked okay. This engine just has one thread though, because there's not enough draw calls. Well, no, it has multiple threads, but I only use one command list right now. And then if there does happen to be a bunch of draw calls, it might start using another command list, I can't remember, on a separate thread to do the drawing. Yeah, it's confusing. It's just a lot to keep in your head. And then if there's anything wrong, it crashes several frames later when all that stuff's gone away. There's no stack trace from any of it. It can crash on the execute, which is good. And then it'll just stop on the execute line and you've got the stack trace there. But a lot of the time it crashes much later after the execute. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you don't worry about that. What, you have an immediate context, don't you, on DirectX 11, I think it's called, and you just start using that, and that's it. There's only one context, and you just draw with it, which is nice and simple. Yeah, the device context. So we're going to have an array of U64, and that's the event IDs. And then we just want a template, type name, func, void. Well, could do U64. Listen. Make it the same actual. It's just the right hand side. Which is just get game events. Listen. Standard forward. No, it's this, isn't it? Func. Standard forward. Func. And that's an ID. And you do event IDs dot add ID. And then we can have a void empty, which just goes for auto ID in event IDs. Get game events. Unlisten ID. Event IDs dot empty. We could just have that type of setup there. And this could just get emptied when the game resets. Right, I'm just going to take 2 minutes to make a cup of coffee, and then we'll put this in properly. Yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Won't be long. Hey, I'm back. I'm back. So this is going to be a nicer way to handle the events when we're an instant game. When we're in classes that are per game instance, like this combat controller. And we want to listen to events. Because right now, if we restart the game, or an instance of the game, so we load a game, it re-registers for all these events again. And the old instance of the game, those events are still registered. This will allow us to we'll have a game instance event list. This will allow us to just, when we empty it, we'll empty it at the end of the game's instance, and that will just empty all these, unlisten to them all. Okay. So game events, we'll put it in game events. And we'll have game instance event list reference get game instance events. Okay. So what it means is now these can be game instance events. And then on the game, and what is it? Shut down, is it? Shut down. To get game instance events to empty. Okay, so let's build that and let's see if we stop with the double calls. All right. So what's the problem here? I think it's possibly that. What's the problem here? Let's just do that. Right. Doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. What exactly is wrong with that? I'm not even returning the ID, so I don't know why that even compiles. Or even a warning or anything. It's definitely a problem with the build somewhere. Like, this is not getting built in, I don't think. And maybe that... No, I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing it wrong. There I'm doing it wrong. We're going to actually say what type of event it is. There we go. I'm emptying them in the right place, I think. So let's just have a look then. Put a breakpoint there and just have a look. Let's see what kind of... See what's going on. So what's interesting is it looks like it's using a dynamic lander for events as well, which is actually a malloc. Might not want that. So we could change that as well. Anyway, let's just check this works first. So we're getting a single hello, and then we'll do a quick load. Oh yeah, we need to actually fix that's a bug that when we actually start the game, we need to actually restart the behavior tree as well. So we have to do it before it gets angry. There we go, we're only getting one hello now. So that's fixed that. So let's restart the behavior trees when we load the game. So the behavior controller has all these instances, and instances can be reset. Interesting. That should actually reset, shouldn't it? If we get him angry, then we reload the game, it doesn't recreate the behavior controller for some reason. So behavior controllers never got emptied. Oh, they did. Oh. When we reload the game though, before game loaded here. Right, so this is a problem with having these controllers all as individual things, because I'll forget. Maybe I just call, what does window to empty do? Resets the handle. Interesting. I might make another call called empty game. Empty game. Because there's a bunch of stuff. Game saves.empty. Hang on, let's just... Does begin game get called when we just launch from a save? I'm not sure. Get rid of them for a second. No. Okay. So, what does empty game need then? We'll put it all in here for now. Not them. Not. No. Yes to those. So this is going to call game state empty game. Room states. What is a room state? Weather stuff. So I don't think so. Energizing. I don't think that either. Saved location. Yeah, that gets reset. Reset state. Yeah, that can get reset. So let's put this in empty game. And we'll call empty game first. Then we'll call the rest of it. Room state, I'm not really sure. Room name, weather end. I think that just gets loaded in with the game. So who adds the room states in? I guess comes in from a save file. So actually, this isn't an empty. Game saves, they're loaded in begin game. Okay. And that calls empty game. Empty game, right. So what I might do, because I'm going to have more controllers probably, I just want one place where the controllers are emptied. the whole game. Not 2 places, because then that'll be a problem. There's more here. There's resource controllers. There's all these controllers. All right. So see if that fixes the Spidey the tree not being reset. So the instances weren't basically getting emptied and remade. That's what was happening. So the instance for the old game was persisting to the new game. So make him get angry with me. Let me load that game again. There we go. He's not stuck anyway. The tree restarts. There we go, it comes down here. Awesome. Okay, we'll save that. And this means now in the attribute controller, because we've made this event instance list thing, we can actually listen and go get game event, get game instance events, listen to G event combat attack. So when you say if E dot, I am the one being hit. So if E dot dest ID is equal to ID, then I am hit, basically. So I'm going to say so how does this work for the world items or whatever? So I think the world items have HP. Change HP. So obviously I want to remove HP out of the world items after this and make it all use the attribute controller. We'll just copy this for now. So the attribute controller we need to do change HP. So do we have change attribute? We don't. So we're going to do S32 change attribute value, attribute type change for T. Say 0.5. So this is to go auto value equals get attribute value type. If value is equal to 0, return 0. And that's specifically for HP though. So if value equals 0 and change is less than or equal to 0, return 0. And then we're going to go we'll get the range out. And we do range.change change T. Change equals 0. Change is not equal to 0. We've handled that. We send the event now. That's type. And then we return range.get. That will change the attribute value and sends the value changed event. Okay, so now we just need to go change attribute value. HP. Now then, it's whatever the attack's strike value is, which we don't have yet. Say it was minus 10 HP. So that means whenever we're being hit, change the attribute value of HP by minus 10 over half a second. Now, if this works well, we'll get a little HP bar over the top of hero. And it'll deplete by 10 if it works well. If it doesn't work well, we'll have to go and do that. We'll have to go and create that HP bar. It should work because we've got HP bars for the world items as well. So this is where, if I hadn't put the instance events in, this would get fired twice if we reloaded the game, which would be a terrible bug because it would do twice as much damage. But now these events are per game instance, which is awesome. Okay, let's see. No. Okay. See if we even get here. No. What is ID then? Okay, this is absolutely not. There's junk in it. This is junk. What's happening there then? So this is 5B0. Different this. No, it's 5B0. But now it's junked. That's because it's probably been moved. Yes. So the problem with having these is they do get moved, possibly. So you can't do this. We have to get it. Can pass ID. Oh, I don't need to do that actually. So it would be nice to actually be able to use this. Let's just check if we're actually, see, we're passing this through there as well. And the way that we guarantee that is we reallocate a load. Well, let's just send the ID in. Okay. It's not great, that really. Oh dear. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for you? We do need it. e dot des, well, this ID. Oh, really? That's frustrating then. Yeah, sorry about that. Good thing about working on your own like me is you don't ever have meetings. Can't have a meeting with one person in it. So I can't pass this with the game entity instance events because they might get moved. It's unfortunate. But we do get it. We call change attribute value. And it sends the event. So the HUD didn't pick it up for changing HP. HUD messages, is it maybe? Not there. Where would it be? It's getting pretty big, this. Well, I'll definitely use that. The attribute bar. Here it is. HP to do. I've written a big to do there. So this is where we end up. Licensing to a company. All right, cool. That's awesome. So licensing your IP. So that's not been built either. I'm not sure what's going on. I might have to restart Visual Studio or something. So an attribute bar, what does it need? It needs the game location for some reason. Suppose that's because it's to stop the attribute bars appearing if you leave the room. Needs an ID. And what is that ID? Just the item ID. So it's the ID. It's probably the thing that we're working on. And then the range, and then the location, and the type, attribute bar type. Increase HP, decrease HP. The region. So we need to do if auto location equals get game state, get entity, well, we get game get entity location, e.actor ID. And it'll be lock dot position is target, and then it would be non-exclusive. Oh, right. Cool. Nice one. That's good. Interesting. So when you say do the 3D stuff, do you mean like modeling? 3D modeling or coding? And then we can do this. And then this ID is e.actor ID for this time. The region is the location. And the HP is that. So it's the range. Actually, the range it wants. Ooh, right. Transforming real engines into 3D, games into 3D. Pop out for a screen. What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. Not 3D as in the world type. What's a pop out for a screen? Oh, I see. Oh, right. Like actual stereoscopic 3D. Cool. That's awesome. Yeah, yeah. That's cool then. I remember it from back in the day when they used to have it in the cinema. I mean, they might still do. I'm not sure actually. I haven't been to cinema in ages. Yeah, I do remember it was good. Go and see The Hobbit in 3D. So we need a bunch of stuff actually. We also need the actual range. This is a lot of ifs. So auto range is equal to AC attribute range HP. That's it. And that's just the range. Whoops. Lock undeclared identifier. What's going on here then? Oh, more errors. It probably didn't include the attribute controller. Been a journey, yeah. Ah. Do you remember that one person who made glasses that turned 3D films back into 2D? So if you didn't like the 3D, you could wear a pair of those glasses instead and it would be like watching a 2D film. Do you remember that? It was quite funny. Never heard it. Oh, really? Yeah, it was a thing. Because you remember it used to give people headaches. So they like to wear these glasses instead. And then it just, I don't know, does something with the polarization of the light. It turns it back to 2D. Oh, we have a bar, look. Oh, it's moving me for some reason. Wow, why is it moving me? I don't actually really know how. Oh, because we're actually setting the position there. This needs to be copied. There we go. Yeah, cool stuff. So, is this who you work for, or is it your own company? All right then. It looked like the bar's in the wrong place as well. Oh no, there we go. Look. Ugh. Now the bar does stay. Doesn't move. Bar doesn't move. We could probably make it move when we tick like this. Wow, this code is madness. Bar location position. So I think I'm going to do alt lock equals get entity location. Well, ooh. HUD attribute bar has a location in it. I think what we're going to do. How does the world item do this? item. So it's find world item. So I think we can simplify this a lot by just asking for the entity ID. Entity location. And have the entity location look for through the world items as well. Well, game state dot find world, get world item. What was it called? So it's find world item. Yeah. So find world item, entity ID, return world item, world item. Region. Okay. So now we don't necessarily need the location as part of an attribute. But so we'll remove that. We just need the ID. So we don't need lock. We do. No, we don't. Yeah, we don't even need the icon target stuff. So if there's an animation controller, we'll use that. Else, if it's the world item, we will use that. Okay. And then when we tick the attribute bar, tick the attribute. So it's the location. We need to get the location. Get game, get entity location. Bar ID. If not lock, continue. So there's no location. So this, whatever we're doing, bar location position, is just lock position like this. But we do need an offset. So if there's an animation controller, what do we have it? Get icon target bar.id. So this is the offset. and that is plus offset value or nothing. If not lockup, I don't know why it was. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't tend to use not as the exclamation point. I think it's because I have the font that does not equals puts into that. Yeah, I don't know. Style, I suppose. Is not the same define as exclamation point. Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would trigger the overload as well. Where you can get caught up is not 1 equals 2, which is not the same as that, which is the same as the exclamation point. But sometimes that can cause a problem. Because that's not valid. That doesn't do what it rate. Not 1 equals 2. You would expect to be true, but you'd have to do that. If you wrap it in brackets, it's fine. It has the same precedence as the exclamation point. Yeah. It's the identical, I think. It's just it's just a different way of writing an exclamation point. I always use and not and all like that. And XOR as well, if you wanted. And that's not there. XOR, there, that one. If you ever wanted to do that. Yeah, exactly. It's the same, yeah. But because it's like an English language word, I think it's more, at least for me for a while, more easy for me to get tripped up on it. If not, this equals this, and forget to put the brackets. Whereas if you do the exclamation point 1 equal to 2, I think it's just easier visually because the exclamation point is right next to the 1. It's easy, I think, to see that just replies to that. But if you're doing a not, you've got a space there, so it's not as clear. All right. What's the problem here? Oh, this is looking for the attribute controller. Yeah, there's also an XOR, yeah. Which is like obviously one or the other, but not both. Not entirely sure if that's just a bit check or not. I've never used it, so. Does this come from C? No idea. Yeah, it might do. I'm not sure. Don't use C very much. Like I haven't used last decent program I wrote in C was a few years ago now. I always end up missing the stuff I can do in C++. So I don't tend to stick with it. I mean, they're vastly different languages now. In the last 5 years, they're very, very different. Yeah, cool. It's actually interesting to try and program in C. Try and program some C++ features in C. You know, like it's quite fun, I think, to try and be like, well, how would I do virtual functions in C? And try and have a go at doing that. Because you can do it all in C. You just need to do it all yourself. It's not in the language. Set up your own vtable and stuff like that. Okay. So what I'm looking for now is the attribute bar to follow the player around when he gets hit for the HP bar. Or not appear at all. Okay. Tick. HP attribute. HUD attribute bar tick. Offset's massive. Oh, its icon target is screen space. Is it really? In world. There we go. Object oriented. Yeah. It's good. It's good practice. It's good to experience what it's like. It's kind of what kind of ends up happening is you always have to pass around these selves, these states, or get them from somewhere. So I don't know. Self, then you tick on this. That's what's happening in C as well, in C++. That's always passed in implicitly. And that's what the this is. It's always passed in as an argument, but it's just omitted because it's always passed in. Whereas in C++, you've got to... That's how it tells what object is different to what other object. Whereas in C, you've got to pass it in all the time yourself. But it's always like that. This is always there as the first argument. Or in C++, you can say this auto like this, and then you can rename this to like self. So now I could just do like self dot, and it's got like... No, it doesn't work. I think it's this auto. Oh, it's because it's not part of the... So now I can do like self. It's going to break a lot of stuff. Well, I should have been able to rename this to self then, but it didn't work. So I renamed the wrong one. I do it occasionally sometimes. Yeah, it does. I think I think it needs a restart, to be honest. It's getting a bit sluggish. I think I've had it on for about 3 weeks and not turned it off. But yeah, you can rename this to other keywords. Like there. So you have to do this in a lambda. If you want to recursively call a lambda, you have to put that in explicitly. So that self is just saying this, it's calling itself. Do I do anywhere? So there, I'm calling self, the operator on self. So I've renamed this to self. Rescan it, yeah. So I have to pass the scope of the lambda. Pass this in the scope. If you want to recursively call a lambda, you have to pass in this auto for it to work. If I did like that doesn't make sense to like recall itself. So you have to do this auto. And then I can do Y and it'll call itself. It needs a full definition, so you need to actually put the return type as well for it to work. So this will just basically infinite loop to the bottom of the stack and then crash. Quite niche. So I've used them. The last time I used them was in the brain editor. No, it wasn't. It was in the node editor. So add node. So this adds the parent and all of its children. So this is a node tree. So you call add node on the parent, and then it adds the node, and then for each child, it calls add node. So it's nice to do little recursive things like that. So it just adds a node and all of its children into an array. So it like flattens a tree out into an array. And that's kind of useful whenever you want to do recursion, but you don't want to have to actually have a separate recursive function call. It's nice. Yeah, it's just a recursive function. Yeah, it's the same. But I can do it right there in the same scope, and I can capture variables and stuff. Obviously, if you call out to a function, you've got to pass all of the capture list yourself as arguments, and then it can't be variable. And the good thing about lambdas is you can capture. I can capture. So in this case, I would have had to pass this and the parent into a separate function. But if I've got a bunch of stuff, like I could just change this and I could put in something like, I could pass in the editor if I wanted to, and I wouldn't have to actually change anything. Like in C, that's what you would do. You would have a function. You would call out to a function. Because this is just a function, really. This is just a class that the compiler makes up. And then you would have to have like const array. Well, it would be self, isn't it? So it would just be copy subtray, something like that. And then that would be there. You have to say tree. They're equivalent. It's the same thing. This is just a function, really. All right. So we should have a HP bar. You should follow us around now. It's just an alternative. Yeah. It's an alternative to just having to do recursive functions. Sometimes you need recursive functions, you could do it right there in the code in the same scope as a lambda instead. Which means you've got access to all the variables in that scope. Okay, it looks like he is drawing it in the why look at no, it's completely wrong. Why is this? Tick. Obviously it's this offset that's wrong. Get icon target in world. That should have been right though. Oh well. So now he moves him around. I want it to be above his head though. So why is offset so wrong? Icon target in world. Which calls get button position. Oh, that is in world space. No, that's surely wrong. So that icon target, for some reason, is in world. I suppose we would. It is meant to be in world space, but then. I must be moving the entire rig around. I can't remember how I was doing it. Anyway. He's going to kill me. It makes it very hard with the long attack to not die. Okay, that's fine. That is position. If not lock or lock room is not equal to get game state, get location, room. So if they're not in the same room, I don't want to show them bars either. Obviously the hero is never going to be in the same different room. Other things will have bars. I just want to check the world items now. At least you have a HP bar and real HP. Now we can detect if he's died. And what happens when the hero dies? I probably won't deal with that. Let's try and not die. Oh, I know what's happening. We're not detecting if he's in a hitbox or not. So he always hits. So we're always going to get hit. Okay, let's go back to the planting room. Yeah, so we need a hitbox for attacks. That's interesting. Right now, every attack hits. Okay, that's in local space. So it calls get entity position. Okay. We could take out that not implemented because that's a crash. There we go. I'm gonna have a banana. Why not? Why not? Yeah, we need to deal with what happens if the NPC misses us. Right now, he always hits. Well, okay. First, we'll just check. These HP bars above the grass are in the right location. Yeah, they are now. Okay. So hitboxes for attacks. Is that something that needs to be authored in the animation? No, I don't think so. I don't know if you can even do a circular hitbox. You might be able to. New. There's this thing called a bounding box. Medium attack hitbox. Well, that's where the medium attack strikes, so I suppose it's like... one way to do it. Don't know if that's the way I actually want to do it, though. I don't think I want to do it that way. I think we'll author them in code. So in animation routines, where is it? Where animated rig types, where we specify, there we go, attack target. It's here. So we can get the attack target. So suppose we want a get attack, get hitbox or get attack area. Which can do the attack target. So let's do, well, let's just see who's calling this first. So it's called from the animation controller. That seems reasonable. So let's make a get attack area. Standard, optional. Do we want it to be do we want to have different types? Of attack area as well. So we could have like circular ones, lines. We could have circulars or rectangles. Because lines could be rectangles. Because I'm thinking if you wanted to shoot a gun or a laser, that's going to be a big long region where it could hit. Could maybe put it in here. If we put it in here, it means including it in here. Should be fine. Let's put it in here. So struct attack region. So we can do enum class e attack region type. Circle, line, or quad. Right, quad. Do we actually have a circle? Don't think we do. Struct attack circle. Back to center floor radius. And then we'll do struct attack rect. Or attack quad. Attack region circle. Attack region quad. I'll just say it's rect for now. Okay, we won't have anything in there yet. We might want to put more stuff in here. That's why I want to put them as their own. As their own structures. So E attack region type. And then we'll just union these together for now. Check we can actually do that from a constructor point of view. Seems not to be complaining. So we're going to go standard optional. Attack region. Get combat attack region. If we call that combat attack region. No. Do I really need all of the combat stuff? Oh, well, whatever. Get combat attack targets. Keep it the same. Get combat attack region. And that has to we need to go if auto get game state dot get animation controller for this ID return AC get attack region given the attack level. So that's the type of attack. E-combat attack level. Okay. So the animation controller needs get attack region. Standard optional attack region. Get combat attack region. Combat attack level. Maybe we should name this combat attack region. Problem is this now needs to include the combat controller. Could pass it in as an argument, or could just include it. So now we can just include combat controller there. Check that builds. Nope. Says it's an undeclared identifier, even though we are now including it. Combat attack region. Must be a circular problem. No, it's not that. That's engine, so it should be fine. Okay, we need to save everything. Control Shift S. It's because Alt F7 that I'm using to build a single file is not saving everything. Ooh. It's not an option to save the project. Might be a way to save it. Visual Studio. External tools. Save all. Oh, that's what I want. Visual Commander. Let's try that. Let's try this. All right. Wants me to shut this. All right, while this works, I'm going to make a cup of coffee while this is doing its thing. Umvosi, yeah. I think that's the idea. Put macros in. I'll be back in 2 minutes. So I've set up this external tool which builds a single CPP file, which you can do with Alt F7 anyway, but I've changed the build system now, so it does mono builds with I'll show you when I get back, but it does a mono build, so it includes a lot of CPP files in a single one. But it stopped Alt F7 working, so I had to re-implement it. But it doesn't save the whole project first. But yeah, I will. I'll go make a cup of coffee, and then I will come back. Hang on, I'll probably just get this sorted first. Where's VTip? Oh, thank you. Didn't see that. I thought that was end task, as in end this task. Thank you. Yeah. All right. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, so let's have a go. Can you just set up the key binding again? Probably. Right then, where is it? Let's put this over here a sec. V command. Commands. Add. I think it was external 3. 1, 2, 3. Build 1. CPP. Save. Compile. Success. Run. Hey. So how do I now give it a shortcut? You can assign keyboard shortcut to command. Just need to now assign it to the hotkey now. Boil the kettle. No, it's got a boiler in there. The office block that I'm in has a instant hot water thing, which is awesome. No, I don't have to boil kettles. She's good. Even better, I can get my dad, who works with me in this office, to make me one, but he's not here at the moment. And I don't even have to get up out of my chair. So how do I add a shortcut? It says here, you can assign a keyboard shortcut to a command, and you can add commands to the Visual Studio shortcut. Let's have a look where you would normally assign shortcuts. What is it called? It's VCMD. There it is. So it's extensions VCMD. Whoops. Well, I assume it's that. So this is going to be Alt F7. Well, I pressed Alt F7 there. So let's change this. Not save it, press Alt F7. It saved it. Awesome. There we go. That was easy. That's why I've been getting weird build has not been working properly because it's just I'm forgetting to save files and it's trying to build with outdated versions of the files. Right. Okay, so we have get attack target. We need get combat attack region. This also needs to include now the combat controller. Alright, so I haven't saved the header there. Or maybe I have. Sometimes I do it automatically. Pretend I haven't saved the header there. Alt F7. I mean, it does flick back to it, which can be a bit annoying, but it's alright. Yeah, I put that in just to not give away my age. Really. But I don't mind really. I'm 39. I'm not that old. Not as old as most people. I'm not sensitive about my age. I didn't know anything about Twitch really before I started all this. I had watched it a little bit, but not really. So I didn't really know how personal you meant to go. So I just made up a number. And I didn't want to really come across as like some bloke who's been coding for a long, long time. Just because I didn't know what that would mean in terms of like whether people would want to watch me or not. 25, cool. 17, yeah, so you've been coding a long time then. That's good. Yeah, I started coding when I was so I started coding really young in BASIC when I was maybe like 10. But then that was just messing about. I started actually making stuff for people when I was about 14. So I was in bands, high school bands and stuff. And we all wanted websites and your MySpace programming and all that. Yeah, it used to be you would make your own CSS stuff for MySpace. So I got into it then, I think. I was about 14. Might not have been MySpace. Might have been before that. Definitely websites. Then MySpace might have come later. So it was bands really that got me into it initially. Trying to do stuff for bands. In my band. Okay. Combat attack region. So we need to do if auto target equals get combat attack target. Get attack target. So we haven't actually called it combat attack. Okay, we'll call it get attack target. Attack region. AC level. So if there's a target, we're going to go if auto level is equal to level 0, we'll just return combat attack region type is equal to combat attack region type circle say the center. So the center is target. It's the target. Say the radius is 1. It's not even compile. I actually took it serious at 17. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so I started off with the bands, messing about, making websites for like my band and for high school bands. And then when I was a little bit older, so maybe 16, I had a job in a cafe and they had a holiday cottage. So I built like a booking system so they could book out the holiday cottage, and that was like my first paid thing that I made for somebody. It's like a website, so they, customers could log on to the website and book the holiday cottage out. It's before like Airbnb and all that. Now you just do it on Airbnb. Yeah, nice one. Yeah. For all the flack that web programming gets these days, it is how a lot of people my age got into coding. It's through the internet, through web programming, making websites. So you got to give it that. It was very different then, and like web programming now is an enormous thing, isn't it? Back then it was just like HTML and PHP or something, or Perl or something like that, and some database thing like with text files or something. Can't remember if I did JavaScript or not. I can't remember. I think it was PHP that I used on the back end. I can't remember using JavaScript. Possibly. It was a long time ago. This would have been the early 2000s when JavaScript came out. $1995, so it would have been out by then. I can't remember though if I used it or not. So we'll just do circles for the first two. Let's say that's got like a 2, I don't know, for the radius. For the last one, it's a line. Or a quad. We'll just say target, and then we'll do like 1, 1 for now. I don't really know. I don't really know what the width and height would be. Oh, thank you, yeah. Thank you. I wonder if the compiler picks that up or not. Might give me a warning for it. That's interesting, isn't it? That's a compile error. That's one of the reasons why using enum classes is probably safer than just using normal enums. If it's a conditional, you can't assign in a conditional to enum classes. That's good. All right, see you in a bit. So this is get combat. Oops. Combat attack region. So we can straight up just call it now. No, we can't because we've not implemented it. So that's the result. We need an actual concept. Get attack region. And then we can just do this. The targets are just regions. All right, how's it going? So yeah, we can use the combat controller now to get the attack region out, which is where an attack, if you're in that region, you get hit. And a region can either be a quad, so I'm thinking a long line like a laser, or a circular area at the moment. Enum struct. Use enum struct. Oh, right, can you do that? Never tried that. Maybe that is a thing. Yeah, that's cool. That's the thing you can do. So do you know what the difference is? Yeah, no, it's good though. Good to know. I wonder what the difference is. I wonder if there are any differences. No, I don't think there are any other. Yeah, yeah. Something. Yeah, struct does make more sense technically, doesn't it? Yeah, because you're using the actual fields publicly. Yeah, interesting. Because you can't you can't have private fields in a. I don't think. Doesn't make sense really. No, you can't. Yeah, I've seen some Jason Turner stuff. He gives talks as well, doesn't he? Yeah. He's a good coder, especially well for C++. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, I'm subscribed to him, I think, and I'll watch occasional ones that are interesting. Like he was talking about. I watched one where he was talking about return value optimization. If everywhere in the function returns the same thing, so that returns a standard optional and that returns a standard optional, then there'll be no copy to the caller of this. But if you put this here instead, which you could do, it might force a copy of this potentially, which would be, not as performant, rather than just straight up putting the result of this in the calling container. Yeah, it's good. RVO he calls it, but it's just return value optimization. Yeah, you'd have to check. You would think that compilers these days would definitely pick up on that and do RVO, but I'm not sure. That's why I've ended up doing this all over the place. I mean, well, Visual Studio puts that for me anyway, so I just keep it rather than doing this curly braces. You'd have to check the disassembly and see what it's doing. Standard vector bool. All right, yeah. Because I think doesn't it have an optimization where it does a bit per element or something if you do standard vector bool rather than 4 bytes. Yeah. That's why the standard template library, I think, these days can be pretty good because they put lots of little micro optimizations everywhere. Like short strings, if you do standard string with a short string, it will use the actual memory, the stack memory of the string, which is like 24 bytes or something, I can't remember, to store the actual characters in rather than the pointers. I'll do little optimizations like that. So then all of a sudden you just got no memory allocation for strings, no dynamic memory allocation. 15. Yeah. So it will do. Yeah, short string optimization or whatever you want to call it. Which would be nice. I do a similar thing. I have something called hybrid storage, which is a typeless storage thing, but you can put in like 64, and then if there's anything under 64 bytes that gets put in this, it's not you could put like 2 in it, it's not a dynamic memory allocation. I mean, 2 would never be, but that could be a big thing, you know. But if you put in something big, I don't know, like 400 ints, it would dynamically allocate instead. So you could build a string on top of that, which does the short string optimization stuff. Yeah, just passing it as a const ref. It's the copies, really, if you're wanting to copy them, that would save a lot of time. Because all of a sudden you're doing say you have 1 million strings in an array and you want to copy the array, that's just a mem copy if it's short string optimization. But if each string points into the heap somewhere, it's got to copy every single string individually into the new array, which would take a long time. Direct initialization. I'm not sure what it is. I'll just Google it and then I'll tell you if I do it or not. Explicit constructors, is that what it is? No, don't do that. If that's what you mean. So you don't invoke the copy constructor. Right. Yeah. I mean, I do this type of thing. All right. I'm just reading a bit more on it. Yeah, I see. So you make it explicit, then you can't do it. I tend to just call constructors, or I will, rather than do a constructor, I'll set each individual thing in the class itself. I always do that. So anything that's literal, that's set. And then I have a constructor. Not sure if I do it in the array. Let's have a look. I've never really heard of it, to be honest. So there I'm doing, just calling the constructor. Yeah, it could have been, yeah. That's his thing, isn't it? That's his company. He goes around and he goes into businesses and he gives coding talks about little C++ things that if you did, it would make your code faster. I wrote a thing actually today where I did use curly braces somewhere. Or did I write it yesterday? It was the enum vector, the enum array. So there we go, look. So that's doing the thing that would be the copy constructor, is it? Mind you, this is a right-hand side, so wouldn't it be the move constructor? I don't know. Not sure. So what I want to do is actually draw these hitboxes out. That's what I want to do. Make sure they're in the right place. Unfolding. That's constructing whatever type is. So this is a little bit of a nice to have rather than a proper library thing. But so this enum array, what it is if you have one, just started using them because I only made it yesterday, I can have an attribute and then an enum, and then it'll create an array of them, one for each of the enum, but then you would have the first field be the enum itself, and it'd fill out the first field with the value of the enum. So you'll get an array of these, and the first field for the first element will be unknown, the second one will be HP. And intelligent charisma, look. So what that's doing there is it's just filling out the first field of the array. First field of the element in the array. It's just an array of attributes, and then you make them with an enum, so it pairs them together, and it just sets the first element. So the attribute is that's the attribute change. That's the enum there, so it just sets it to be whatever the value of the enum is. So it's not really well, it is kind of a map. It does map enum to attribute, but yeah, it uses it just uses an array. So it means that you can access it by the enum value rather than an index, which means that you're never going to be out of bounds because this is built at compile time. well, not compile time, but it's made at runtime and only looks at those. So you're never going to be out of bounds. So it's, you know, it's nice. It's a nice to have, really. I think if I was to do it in a proper library, I'd have a separate list for the enum so that you don't actually, in order for this to work, that needs to be the first attribute in the, that needs to be the first field in the attribute. It wouldn't work if I did that. Get a compile error. So if it was a proper library, I'd have a separate list so you didn't need to have that in there. But I like to have that in there because it's good just to look through for debugging and stuff. Yes, all right, yeah. So I made one for arrays. So I'll just do this. I made one for arrays and I made one for tuples as well. So it's the same but with tuple. It gives a list of tuples. Or a tuple of types, and the first, it's matched with an enum basically. Because I imagine a situation where I might want to do tuples one day. So I don't know if you can see this on stream, but I've got attributes there, which is the enum array, and then I've got unknown, HP, EXP, AP. And then if I want to get an attribute, I just access it by that, which means you can never be out of bounds. I couldn't pass in like 1,000 integer 1,000 into there. It'd be a compile error. Tuple. Oh, right, yeah. Tuple. Tuple. In English, I think it's tuple. In British English, you'd say tuple. I think. And tuple if you're American. Maybe, I don't know, actually. Don't know what Americans call it. And British English is mixed with American English. Yeah, yeah. So what's your native language then? Tempted to use Z. Yeah, the Z. I do both, actually. I do Z and British only speak English. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I do Z as well. Sometimes. I think, you know, sometimes spell check always says you're spelling it wrong if you put an S. That can happen. And then eventually you just end up putting Z everywhere. But what this also means is if I put another, so if I did like, I don't know, MP, then that's it. It would create a new attribute automatically in there for me just by adding to that array. Just by adding to that enum, I mean. So I don't actually have to create attributes myself. Okay, yeah. So I use OUR in color, but I'm not bothered. I would pick another one, another day of the week. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if I've got specialized. There's a couple of, that's not me though, that's someone else. LZ4 and Rapid CSV. Didn't realize I had a CSV library. Oh yeah, I think it's for the localization. Right, let's draw out these attacks then. These attack targets. How do we want to do this? Probably in the combat controller. Tick. We're gonna go if attack level. Well, let's just draw the one at the current attack level. So auto AC, get game state, get animation controller. No, we just have to say if auto attack region equals get combat attack region for the attack level. So it knows what level it is as well, which is nice. Can draw it. If attack region type is equal to circle, get game canvas, draw circle in world, attack region, circle center, attack region, circle radius, yeah, it is. I would agree. Attack region type is equal to quad. Then we'll just draw a quad in world. Basically that. Notice the attack region. So for enums, I always put a little E there. The E, the big E, means the engine specific, and the little E is it's an enumeration type. This is an engine event basically. So I have different types of events. I have engine events and game events, two different types of events. So this is gameplay, and this is engine, yeah, separated. Okay, so make some temporary include the game canvas. Yeah, so the editor or the engine, I mean, I've called it an engine really. It means not gameplay. Is capital E. Yeah. little underscores. I have done some projects where I've done the underscore naming, but I'm mostly this camel case stuff. Interestingly, I think in the actual editor files, or the config files. Oh no, I'm just not using anything there. Or is it in the file names? So in the asset file names, like the levels, they're underscored. So I think files I underscore. Apart from the actual files, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing there really. Draw circle in world. We need a segment count as well. 16. Snake case. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And I don't often have private member fields. Some the controllers do. I think anything that's a really big system, I tend to do a proper class. And anything that works with the system, like on the periphery of the system, is a struct. That's kind of how it works. The idea being that if you want to do things with gameplay, you should really use the controllers rather than make arrays of these yourself. Okay, let's see if we can draw these attack regions out then. And then to be hit, we just have to make sure that the entity's interaction region, whatever that is, intersects with the attack region. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. That's STL's. They use the snake case stuff. Depends how you like to look at code, because it could also mean that it easily distinguishes your code from STL code, which can also be nice to immediately see the difference. But then, you would probably be putting standard in front of everything anyway, so you would immediately know that it's someone else's code. Yeah, they use the lowercase. I don't agree with using the same case for types and names and identifiers, because that's confusing, isn't it? Like I always would, a type would have, apart from the enums, would start with a capital, and a variable would be not a capital. Looks better, yeah. I mean, I did that there with the union, which is a bit mad. I tend to do that with unions. So the actual name is the same. The name is the same as the type, but that's because it's a union. I would only really do that with unions, because then you know exactly what type you're working on. This was called something else. You might not know it's an attack region circle. Yeah, you can name them the same thing. Yeah. If you really want to, you can do that. It screws up the colour. It screws up the colouring in Visual Studio of the text. because that it colours yellows. Yellows are types, which is fine on a when you're using a union, because I'm doing, I'm selecting out of a union here, which is fine because it's like, oh yeah, this is the type, but that's not actually a type. That's a member, so it screws up the colouring. But if you can cope with that. So you could just drop this to a lowercase a if you wanted, and then all the colouring would be fine. Params, within params. You mean parameters? What do you mean by that? Sorry. You mean in here? Parameters. Yeah. Event. Yeah, so if I did like event. Visual Studio doesn't really, event is undefined. I actually have a thing called event. Screws up the colour. Screws up the colour of all these combat controllers. Yeah. File, target file. Yeah, if you're doing everything lowercase. Yeah. I wonder if STL. So I know STL's like a defined API, but I wonder if under the hood the authors can choose a different case. As long as the API is the same. I wonder if that's allowed. So they do this, look. Underscore big. Whoever wrote this vector. It used to be a company called I can't remember who it was. It was just like a third party company that used to do it. So they've changed it. It's so unreadable. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? You get used to it though. You do get used to it. Because I've often looked at these just like wondering how things work. Because so much stuff now that so many of the libraries, even the CPP files, are all open source, so you can actually look and see how sprintf works or something. It's all open source, so it's good to read, I think. See, they do all this stuff as well. they'll define standard like that, and then they'll use their underscore everywhere. Yeah. I couldn't ever see him changing it from STD. Imagine how much code that would break. Break probably like 70% of all of the programs running C++, or at least the compilation of them. Force inline. I think force inline is different for different platforms though, isn't it? It's not always. For Visual Studio and Windows, it's one word, and then for Xcode on Mac, it's another word, maybe. So they'll define it differently, I think. No, they won't complain. It might be if they might move vector from standard to like standard container vector, and then you'd have to update it everywhere, maybe. I mean, they would never do that, but they might. Or I suppose like standard ranges is pretty much a clone, isn't it, of a bunch of other stuff. I don't know. Let's see if we're drawing these attack regions out now properly. There it is. So you see it gets bigger when he does a different attack. And that needs to be a line, really. But we won't do that yet. Okay, so we're drawing the regions out. So when we do the attack, when we're sending sending out the attack, where is that? Set combat attack state, I think. Here. We could either do it here, check the check, or we could leave each individual thing to check. Now, we'll do it here. We'll do it here. So we need to go if auto MC is get movement control, get game state, get movement controller for target ID. So what we'll do is we'll say we'll get the movement controller and we'll get the attack region. So if we have both of those, we send the event, else we just say that it gets attacked. And here we should do the actual check. So we'd have MC get interaction bounds. interaction radius, interaction region. So I'll have the position. We want bounds. Do we not have a... we don't have a circle. So I'm going to say dot center. So that's the destination position. Auto. This radius is mc.get interaction radius. And then we just need to say, are you all right?
T.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. So what we might do bool send. Yeah, good talking to you. Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll look at it tonight. Take care, yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Send attack events. Say we'll by default we'll send them to true. Send them by default. Yeah, that'd be great, thanks. Thank you. So if it's a circle, we just need to do a circle test. So geometry. Intersect. We have circle, circle. Point with circle, rect with circle. Point with rect. We need circle with circle. Which we don't have. Circle with circle. Const vec2 key 0 float r0 p1 float r1. Do we have a maths.cpp file? We'll do it in the CPP file. Does it know about vec? Don't think it does know about vec. It knows about vec2 base. I have to say vec2 base float. So I guess for this to work, we need to go return p0.distance squared with p1 is less than or equal to r0 plus r1 squared. Is that right? Is that how you do an intersection between two circles? I think so. So we've got dest P, dest star, attack region, circle, center, attack regions, circle, radius. And that is send attack events. This one, geometry, intersect, circle, rect with circle. We have that one. Thank you. Rect is attack region, quad. Center is dest P, the star. All right then. So we're basically blocking the attack if we're outside the attack region. Let's try that. I'll have to go in 15 minutes. I have to do a lot of building because I changed the maths library, which is included everywhere pretty much. Takes a bit of to do a pretty much a full rebuild. And get a linker error. Circle with circle. Don't know why we got a linker error there. Ooh. All right.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, not bad. How are you? No, I'm back in Whitby now. What's so wrong with the car?
This does have to be defined in a different place, though.
Oh.
Or implemented in a different place.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, she hasn't got a phone, has she? So, oh God. I don't know. I don't know, Nick. All I can suggest is you talk to Dan and Jodie because they're near. But I've got no idea. Well, she should have finished what she needed to do by now.
He's got to rebuild it again. I'm just going to go to the
Yeah.
take 2 minute. Go to the loo. Take 2 minute break. Right, so we built that time. So if this works, it won't get attacked unless it's in the attack region. Ah, look. Only works on one side. He's not getting attacked though. If we go into this region, he does get attacked. So that needs to be scaled based on the based on the direction of the rig. How do we do this with attack target? Well, I've got 10 more minutes. I wonder if they should actually... Well, this is flipping it. This is finding a place for him to attack. So this doesn't... We can get whether he's flipped or not. just interesting that when we do this, it's not scaling it in the X. Already. X right. This is just translating it. We need to do this thing again. That is interesting why it's not in the burn position around. So this is coming out as 6. Well, the Y is the same, so it's just 6.8. P is, so it's flipping it there. It's choosing the right. So I'm wondering if this should actually be done here in the attack position. This is in local. It's attack target here. So we're half moving it into world space, but not fully. Okay. So this NPC lock is this. It's the offset. And what we're saying here, D. Playable character. So we're looking whether the playable character is. Which direction it is. So to get game state, it's over here. Get the animation controller. There, see get ID. Get rig scale. No. Get facing direction. If FD is left, if it's right, we need to basically minus. So we're going to do auto flip. Okay, let's see what happens there. Now this is going to actually mess up whatever I was just this. So this is actually calculating both. Well, let's just see what happens. It's going to be broken. Yeah, see you tomorrow. We have the animation controller, look. Already. I think that's actually flip 2, flip 1. Oh. All right, so yeah, gonna have to head off. Got a couple more minutes. It's gonna start. He's gonna want to move to the wrong place to attack now. That's the problem. Hmm. So 13 on the X. That's the other way. Look, it's doing the other way. That's why. Confuse him to its left. Alright, then I'm going to have to go after this. It didn't mess up the position though, where he moves to do the attack. So if I can avoid this circle, it doesn't work. If I go into this circle, the attack happens. It might actually be... That seems fine, you know. There you go, I'm dead. Alright. Good place to stop there. So, I believe I'm on tomorrow from about 9:30 for the morning. So yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow 9:30 for a couple of hours. Not in the afternoon tomorrow though. Anyway, see you.